Pölten. Welcome in E³UDRES². My name is Michal Karpíšek. I'm senior policy expert at the E³UDRES² European University Alliance, and I will be guiding you through these two exciting days, which are an important milestone in the life of E³UDRES² Alliance. We are at the end of the first period where we tried to find out how to do things together. We established new relationships. We came with new innovative ideas. But as we learned in July, we are entering at the same time into the new prosperous period of next 4 years, when the Commission selected the E³UDRES application for extended funding over the next 4 years. And that brought us quite a number of challenges for all of us, for doing things together, engaging students and stakeholders. And it's my pleasure to welcome you at this opportunity of looking back what we have achieved, which would be mostly the focus of the first day, and looking forward what we are going to achieve, what we are going to struggle with over the next 4 years, which will be the matter of the next day morning. It's amazing to see, if I would see, so many people. And I guess that there are also people following us online, so welcome to those who are watching us from other locations. I wanted to start with an icebreaker, asking how many people represent which groups, but I hardly see anything from this stage. And I have to say that I used to play in the punk groups, but we have never had such lightning on the stage. So we will do it the other way. We will try to sort of make it like a sound, and I will ask to clap those who are coming from the academic staff of E³UDRES partners. That's a lot. Who are the people coming from the non-academic staff, the leaders? Oh! I believe that we have some students with us, because we do that for the students. Are there any students? Can someone go to the nearest bar and ask them to join us? Because we have registered something like 16 students, and without the students, the discussions would not be that enjoyable. We have people from the ministries who were so kind to join us. Can you clap? Yeah, there are a few of them. We have the regional stakeholders, and this is important for E³UDRES because we focus on regional development, on development of regional communities of non-urban areas. So stakeholders, can you give us a sign of your presence? It's amazing to have you with us. And I have to say that our special welcome goes also to the associate partners who joined us from West Balkans, Kosovo. Somewhere there is a colleague from University of Applied Sciences of Ferizaj. Well, Bujar, you can clap. Perfect. And a special thank goes to our participants from Ukraine who made it all the journey to St. Pölten from Cherkasy. 2 ladies, yeah, and all of you, welcome them. Thank you. Before going to the official starting welcome speeches, a few indications. There is a wall of comments in the hall where we would be happy to hear anything about your expectations and wishes for E³UDRES. There is, if you ask at the registration desk, they will point you. We would be happy to get the messages. The complaints should go only to me and not share them with the others. There is also the exhibition, which is available in the other lovely new building of St. Pölten University of Applied Sciences. So it will be there over the next days. So please find your time and go around and see what are the E³UDRES activities, E³UDRES achievements. And there is obviously a lot of space for networking. And now I think it's time to give a floor to our stakeholders who were supporting us for quite a long time. So we will start with the Vice Mayor of the city of St. Pölten, Mr. Harald Ludwig. Would you be so kind and say a few words? And thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I am also on this part without seeing, but I know from the talks outside that I have the pleasure to welcome a lot of you again in the city of St. Pölten, in the capital of Lower Austria, and it's a very special situation for us. We are very proud to welcome you all again in the Fachhochschule St. Pölten, and that I have the possibility to wish you 2 interesting days with best experience, and say the warmest welcomes from our mayor. These are special days in European times, and I think what you do, the experience you give us, and all the people from the ministry, from the country, from the stakeholders, it's the best we can do in Europe. Come together and bring the experience which you have with the students, with all your introductions in your countries, to bring this together and to talk together. Thank you very, very much. We are proud to welcome you here in St. Pölten. And I hope, with all the respect, I'm allowed to say a few words in German, because my English, you will hear it from first time, is not at this level to bring these words in German. I would ask you to understand. Sehr geehrte Vertreter und Vertreterinnen des internationalen Hochschulnetzwerkes, geschätzte Studierende, Vertreter des Ministeriums der europäischen Ebene. European Universities zählen zu den wichtigsten Leitinitiativen der Europäischen Union für die Weiterentwicklung des europäischen Hochschul-, Forschungs- und Innovationsraums. E³UDRES ist darunter bereits europaweit ein Best-Practice-Beispiel, das sich sehen lassen kann, und ich weiß das mit Sicherheit. Sie wird auch in Zukunft allen ökologischen und ökonomischen Wandel zu unterstützen, trägt damit maßgeblich zur Stärkung des europäischen Hochschulraums bei. Die kürzliche Zusage der Europäischen Kommission hinsichtlich der Verlängerung der European University St. Pölten ist eine Bestätigung und Anerkennung für die Leistung, die Sie hier erbracht haben. Wir sind sehr, sehr stolz darauf. Und dazu möchte ich allen Beteiligten seitens der Stadt ganz herzlich gratulieren und für ihre geleistete Arbeit mich bedanken. Dass eine solch wichtige und angesehene internationales Hochschulnetzwerk unter der Leitung der Fachhochschule St. Pölten steht und damit ja auch die Stadt in europäisches Niveau bringt, darauf sind wir hier in St. Pölten alle sehr stolz. Das 3-jährige Bestehen und die nun anstehende Verlängerung des Netzwerkes bis 2027 stellen damit auch die wachsende Bedeutung der Fachhochschule für die Stadt St. Pölten im europäischen Hochschulraum unter Beweis. Mit der European University St. Pölten können wir die ambitionierten Pläne für die Hochschule und die Region weiter vorantreiben und St. Pölten als Bildungsstandort weiter positionieren. Ich möchte der E³UDRES-Allianz unter der Leitung der Fachhochschule St. Pölten zu ihrem 3-jährigen Bestehen nochmals ganz herzlich gratulieren, freue mich darauf, auf alle spannende Projekte, auf den Austausch, der in Zukunft stattfinden kann, und ich wünsche Ihnen allen einen interessanten, spannenden Austausch beim vielfältigen Programm, das Sie hier in St. Pölten in den nächsten 1,5 Tagen erleben werden. Im Laufe der nächsten Tage wird viel auf Sie zukommen. Wir hoffen, dass Sie auch Zeit finden, die Stadt kennenzulernen und den persönlichen Austausch, der jetzt möglich ist, auch zu genießen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Dankeschön. I have to say that your English is perfect. My German is almost 0, so I'm not there to translate what you said. But I think half of the participants have some knowledge of German and would have appreciated the support and the appreciation of your words welcoming the E³UDRES Alliance and also the lasting support of the city to our activities. And we still hope to develop that even stronger and find the way of a fruitful coexistence and collaboration. The next speaker who we invite is Mr. Florian Krumböck, who represents the Lower Austria and who will address us on behalf of the governor of Lower Austria. Can I invite you to take the floor? And thank you for the support from Lower Austria as well.
Thank you. Dear honored guests, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here in Lower Austria's capital. not only on behalf of the Lower Austrian Governor, Johanna Mikl-Leitner, but also on my behalf. I'm the representative in the State Parliament for St. Pölten, so it's a special honor. As only a few of you will know, Lower Austria's history of university education only began in the middle of the 1990s. But since then, a prosperous landscape of science and research developed. There are currently 23,000 students learning at the different institutions, for example, at the University of Applied Sciences here in St. Pölten, which I also could proudly call my alma mater. Furthermore, there are 13,000 more people working in the field of science and research here in Lower Austria. We are really proud of this development and our achievements. Just recently, the European Union awarded the Institute of Science and Technology of Austria, the ISTA, which is located in Lower Austria with 4 ERC grants worth up to 1.5 million euros each. But we do not want to rest on our laurels. We've set clear goals for the future. Some of you just heard them already in the morning, I heard. First, we want to be a magnet for top scientists all over the world and want to become more and more a country of reeling minds. The effort aims at better conditions for living, to erect a strong base for industry and create new well-paid jobs for the people living here. And second, we are setting clear priorities in our Lower Austrian RTI strategy, as we know that you can't reach excellency otherwise. So for us, the complex topics of climate change, the complex area of human health, and as well as citizen science to tackle skepticism and foster the joy of research and science are of particular importance for us. It therefore is a great honor that all of you are here today. And I would like to express my thanks especially and congratulations as well to those responsible at the University of Applied Sciences here in St. Pölten for organizing the event today and tomorrow, and especially for coordinating the European partnership all over the year, which accelerates our efforts and delivers results in line with our strategy and our common goals to become a more smarter and more sustainable country and region. All the best for you for the E³UDRES Forum 2023, and I hope we'll see each other again at the very different occasions somewhere in Lower Austria. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And again, I would like to thank to both the city of St. Pölten and to the government of Lower Austria for supporting also this event. So it's not just because of that we have some small presents to thank you for the support. And I ask Ramona to hand it to Hannes as the representative of the Alliance. Well, we have still a few other institutions which have substantially supported us as E³UDRES, but especially the University of Applied Sciences in St. Pölten in acting in the Alliance. And that's the Austrian Ministry of Education, Science and Research, an Austrian agency for international cooperation. Unfortunately, the vice director of the OEAD got sick, so he is not able to join us here. But I would now invite Ms. Melinda Macho from the Austrian Ministry to take a seat in the chair. We thought of having the interview of 2 of these representatives done by Hannes Raffaseder, the CEO of University of Applied Sciences in St. Pölten and leading coordinator of the Alliance. So Hannes, I'll give you the floor, and both of you were with me the last week in Barcelona for the Forum of European Universities organized by the Spanish presidency of EU. And we heard Vice President Skinas saying that the European universities are top highlight of the European Commission activities in field of education, that this is something which should last longer than the financing period. And it will be great to hear your views about how you see E³UDRES, how you see the development of European universities. Please take your time. Hannes, you may probably start and then have a conversation with Melinda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. First of all, I really want to start to thank Michael, Edita, Ramona, Birgit, Dori, and all the others of this wonderful UDRES team here in our office who made this event happen. As you know, there are quite a lot of things ongoing. We are busy with the grant agreement preparation and so on, so it was not so easy to really organize this event. Big thanks to all of you. Then I would like to say, for me, it's a very special moment, very exciting and truly emotional, because yeah, we are finishing this successful first period of our E³UDRES Alliance, really kicking off the next phase, which will last for 4+2 years. And Michael already mentioned Vice President Ginas. He not only said this is really on top of the European policies for higher education, it's definitely more than just another European project. It is definitely a long-term vision to transform the European higher education area, and so it's not only for the next 6 years to come, but it will stay. And I hope that, and I'm sure that we will stay together. And the E³UDRES family that's here together knows that we have at least one colleague who is usually responsible for setting the historic frame, the former rector of E³UDRES² University of Applied Sciences, Gatis. Yeah, I don't want to go back to the Middle Ages, but only, I think, not even 6 years ago, it was September 26, 2017, almost 6 years ago, when President Emmanuel Macron gave his, I think, famous speech about the future of Europe at the Sorbonne University in Paris. And at that moment, he, I think, outlined for the very first time this idea of European universities for a united Europe. And only 4 years ago, there was nothing at all about E³UDRES. So it was, and I don't want to say a lot of names, but I just want to mention one more very important colleague. It was Gabriele Permoser and me. We came up not even 4 years ago with this initial idea. And then all the brilliant colleagues from the other institutions joined. We applied. We met for the very first time. I think it was somewhere end of January in 2020. We somehow got it right in time to apply for the second pilot call. And to, I think, big surprise for all of us, we got the funding and we started this amazing journey with E³UDRES. I think we can speak later what we achieved so far. But it's not only about the numbers and figures and new teaching and learning formats we came up with. I think we really reached to get kind of E³UDRES family, as I mentioned. And I think everyone who was at least once with us in one of these events knows it's also about emotions. And I think this is a very, very important precondition for successful collaboration. And yeah, we reached, for my opinion, really a lot. And as we all know, there are plenty of things ahead of us. So from my side, really a big thank you to everybody who was involved, who has been involved, who will be involved in the future. It's really a privilege to collaborate with all of you. Many thanks. We heard the Deputy Mayor of the city of St. Pölten. We heard Florian Krumböck representing the province of Lower Austria. We will get some information from the European Commission. But in between, there is some very, very important support from us, from our federal government. And it was already mentioned that colleagues from ÖAD, this is the Austrian Agency for Education and Science, national representation for Erasmus Plus and so on, is not represented. It is represented because Martina Friedrich, who is also a project officer, is also with us, and ÖAD, with also the federal government, really strongly supports this initiative. Without this help, without this funding, this event would not be possible at all. Without this funding, we would not be able to have a rather quite important colleague, Michal Karpišek, and so on. So big, big, big thanks to the federal government, and was also pointed out from the Commission, because people, of course, talk already about the really long-term sustainable funding of this European University Initiative, and it's pretty clear that it has to be in the future a joint effort from Europe, from our national governments, from our regions and cities. So, Melinda, Macho, we are really happy to have you with us. And it's not only that you give support and try to bring us some money, you are also very emotional, and you support it with I think everyone, with your heart, as I can say. We had this national exchange groups with all the Austrian universities and several other activities. Melinda, what are your experiences so far with the European University Initiative?
Thank you, Hannes, Rafa Seda. Thank you for you all. I'm very happy to be here. And I would like firstly to address very warm welcome from Director General Elmar Pichel, Director General responsible for higher education in the Austrian Federal Ministry for Education, Science and Research. Yes, I think that the European University Initiative is one of the most fascinating and forward-looking projects for the European Union in the recent years. Why? Because the European University Alliances are not a project. They are a long-term transformation process. They transform the entire national and European higher education landscape. Why? Because the European University Alliances are implementing very important and innovative activities, such as European Joint Degree Label, micro-credentials, digital and green transformation. They are innovations, they are e-learning hubs, they are living labs, they are hackathons, and so on and so on. And that's all. It's contribute essential to enhance the quality of the higher education institution, for the excellence of the alliance, and also of the research. For me, it's very important, and this is something specific, that the European University Alliances involved not only an institute, but they involved the entire higher education institution and cover all 4 missions of the higher education. I mean, teaching, research, innovation, and a service to society. I know it is not necessary to explain you what the European University Alliances are, but for me, they have incredible potential. And I don't know if you are aware that ensuring the high quality of teaching through implementation of these innovative and pedagogical models are something special. At this level, the development of European knowledge building teams, that's something new. there were some projects in Erasmus Plus program, but at this higher level between a lot of alliances is something new. I don't know if you are aware that the European University Alliances enhance the resilience in time of crisis. I know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 60% of the university involved in alliances considered participating in an alliance to be helpful in dealing with the crisis. And we have today in Europe, in the world, a lot of crises. You are pioneer in resilience in these times. And once more, a very important dimension is that the European University Alliances contribute to strengthen internationalization. Yes, I would like to say something very personally, because you said I'm with the heart and supporting the European University Alliances. I'm really very sorry that I'm not much younger, because I would study at the University of Applied Sciences in Pölten, and I would so love to contribute to the European University Alliance E³UDRES. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Melinda, for these words and for all the support that you give us really from the very beginning. I know very well when Gabi Permosa first called you, I think it was in somewhere autumn 2019, you said, go for it, and if you make it, then we have to drink and cheers with a glass of champagne, and I think this is what we did, and this is I think not usual, at least here in Austria, for someone working for the ministry, so thanks for this. And I would just like to have a second question. What do you think will the future bring to the European universities, to the European university initiatives? What do you think are the key factors for a sustainable success, to your opinion?
I think that the most important success factor is that you all collaborate with each other. There is deeper and stronger collaboration. You are a family. And I think this collaboration is important because there is collaboration. The weapons are still silent. And for me, European universities are also a European peace project. Thank you. We do that for our students. And the students are the future for the European Union. To this collaboration, to the opportunities you offer for your students, the students get a European identity. We are all European. The borders are only in our head. And I think that is the most important thing. Secondly, in the future, we have to be aware that the European University Alliances are flagships. And I saw at the last pilot call for European degree label that 6 alliances, for example, reach a application in the call. The alliances already collaborate each with other for a common goal. We have to be aware and to take care to not to divide the European and the national higher education landscape in a university who take part in the alliance and the other. What can you do? to disseminate your outcomes. You reach fantastic outcomes in a very short time, and you can show your outcomes and disseminate the outcomes to the other European universities. Through this collaboration, we'll get success the entire higher education landscape. And I know we have also our dissemination events. I know you do that, and I think that with the stronger collaboration with the other higher education universities, we will reach high, excellent, fantastical higher education in Austria.
Thanks a lot. One last very short question. 6 years ago, in this speech of President Macron, in his vision, I think he spoke from truly fully fledged European universities. We all know now we are in the stage of the European University Alliances. We know that there's the, let's say, European vision on the one hand, but of course the federal legislature and so on the other. Do you think that we once will see this kind of truly European universities?
It depends. What do you understand under truly European higher education institution or European universities? It is very difficult to answer because I know that the strong cooperation, it is necessary. I know that already you developed a lot of European joint degree programs. I know that European universities, maybe for some activities, needs a legal personality, legal status. That will be easier. But I don't know where is the end or the summit of your way. Could be really truly European university, but could be also other form for cooperation. We don't know now. It is hard to predict because you saw already what you achieve in 3 years. And I cannot say what will happen in 5 or 10 years. But I promise you, I support you, and we will speak maybe in the next forum about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I think so far no one knows what is a true European university or a fully fledged European university. I think it's up to us to define this, and I think the more we really co-create what we really think, what we mean, what we act, the more successful we will be, and so definitely we will count on you, and thanks for your support once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will go on with the emotional link in a while, but one thing which we agreed with the Vice Mayor Melinda is that we will offer something for you to join E³UDRES as a student, because the age doesn't matter for the students of the future universities. So be ready, we will be chasing you with offers for online courses. And now we have the options. There can be amazing 20-minute PowerPoint presentation of me, what E³UDRES did. Or 3 to 5 minute video summarizing things. And you can vote, but in fact you have no option. There is a video. So, Ramona, would you please help me?
started our E³UDRES, we knew from the very beginning that it's not going to be just another Erasmus Plus partnership.
In these only 2 years, we had so many achievements, so many highlights, it's really hard to mention.
I have met so diverse, smart and brave people with similar worldviews.
We live in our own bubbles, in our universities, in our cities, in our countries. But together with our colleagues from the other universities, we managed to think outside the box. Through collaboration and cooperation, we solve the challenges and issues which we have.
And many special thanks to my colleagues and interns, Magdalena, who did all this work in preparing the video, which saved us about 17 minutes of really amazing PowerPoint slides. We go on with the emotional part, and who else should be involved in that than Gabi Permoser, who was already mentioned, the person who was in the back of starting this adventure, developing the concept with Hannes. So I would give the floor to Gabi to facilitate the discussion of 3 people who are one of those who have contributed to the E³UDRES developments. Hannes Rafaseder as the leading coordinator. We would invite as well Iveta Putnina, the Vice Rector of Vidzeme University of Applied Sciences, to come here and sit in the chair, and obviously the students. If they return back from the bar, Alexandru, are you here? Please. And this should be mostly about what you have gained and lost over the past years. Gabi, the floor is yours.
Do you want to come? Well, it's really great to be the host of the emotional round here. And actually, after seeing the video, it's very impressive. You already mentioned that we met in January 2020, I think, with some of the colleagues. We were about, I think, 10 people probably. And now every time we have an E³UDRES event, I get to know new people, new names. It's really amazing. So actually, you can speak freely now, really open. And I want to add to one of the comments from Melinda Macho that E³UDRES is a European project, a peace project. And I would like to start asking Alex if you remind what you said during our enlargement celebration event in Brussels. Yeah. Do you still remember your comment? Would you share it with the colleagues here?
I don't remember actually exactly what I said, because I usually talk a lot and I improvise a lot. But I can say now, I can make another comment about the European project. It's important for us, for students, to feel part of this bigger thing, bigger than our universities and bigger than our countries. I feel E³UDRES is a European project due to the opportunities it gave me and to my colleagues to find out about different cultures and different ways of working. I usually make the joke that I understand now through E³UDRES how the European Union was created, because it's still ongoing negotiations with different local level specific interests, but also thinking about the higher good for everybody. And the end of my intervention also as a comment to what Ms. Melinda said. There are borders, and I want to address this because we are in Austria, and we, Romanians, we are not in the Schengen area. We still have a border, and we come here. We lost like 50 minutes each time. So maybe if there are some politicians in the room, also address that, please, for the best of E³UDRES in the end.
Unfortunately, I'm very sorry for the Schengen issue. It's a little bit also Austrians' fault that you're not in the Schengen area now, but at least E³UDRES helps you to be more mobile in Europe. Actually, I remember your comment then in Brussels. You were asked a similar question like, what is the most exciting thing about E³UDRES for a student? And you said, Actually, it's important to feel this European spirit, to feel the European mindset, the European values, because the young generation is able to fight against anti-European tendencies. And actually, I think this was one thing which impressed the head of the higher education unit at the European Commission the most, because this was the initial idea for these European universities, and it is great that you came up with this comment on that. E³UDRES², you were also one of the persons from the very beginning of the project. When you see the video, when you see the group here, what are the feelings?
Okay. Should it be a short story or a long story? Yeah, so maybe when I see this group of people, definitely I'm very happy, because how I look at this project and my perspective, and maybe my thing what I want to zoom out a little bit, because as we discussed, it's a huge project, a lot of things what to do, and sometimes you really get lost, and then you start being very anxious about not being able to do everything right and so on. But then I think we really have to zoom out and understand that the main thing is actually this international mindset. And no matter if we really manage to solve all the issues, I think that everyone who is now part of E³UDRES² has this international mindset. And if I now may share one, because you asked for personal stories, so I prepared one. And where is my, let's say, beginning of this international mindset, and how I remember my professional experience? Well, I counted now, I have 20 years already in higher education and involved in international projects. But my first months at the university was that I had to deal with one Leonardo da Vinci project, and it involved only 5 mobilities, so easy, why not? But then we had one professor who was very keen in traveling, and somehow she came to the office and convinced that it's okay to give her funding for those 2 mobilities, and she can travel in 2 countries and get the experience. Of course, it ended so that it was not eligible, of course, and now it's my still first months in the university, and I understand that there are some financial issues, so and that the project will not be approved because of lack of one more mobility, and the funding is gone, and so on. So these were the first lessons, what to learn in this situation, that for sure you have to know this bigger framework for the projects, and then you can only make decisions. And second one, you always need a backup plan with the international projects. And the third one, so even if the professors come to you, so you still have to double check the things if it works as it should be. So that's the starting point. And then, yes, so more projects come, bigger fundings and so on. But and I believe in this continuous transformation. So it's not like one day we will decide and now we have a new university, new education, and everything is solved. It's more like one step at a time, and you deal with one issues, and then you move to the next, and you grow, and so on. So, and that's where I see that those people, what you have involved in those international projects, those who have this international mindset, so that's the most valuable resource in your institutions, because these are your foreign ambassadors and cultural attachés and chambers of commerce in your institution, and you can do a lot together with them.
Thank you, E³UDRES². Hannes, as we're in a small group now, we can speak freely. When we developed the project idea, we had a lot of discussions, we had a lot of fights, arguing, yes, we are handing in, no, we are handing not in, yes, we are doing the project, no, we are not doing the project. Was it worth fighting for?
Definitely yes. And I think it was really a fascinating experience during this not even 3 years. I think at least I learned so much during these 3 years, more than probably the 10 or 15 years before, from the other rectors, from the other colleagues. Maybe one simple reason is that in this association, in this alliance, then you most of the time do not really know who is the guy who is speaking to. Is this the student or is this the rector? This makes, to me, most of the time not the big difference. This supports this co-learning and this sharing of ideas. From my perspective, St. Pölten University of Applied Sciences, I think we were always, at least we thought, kind of good UAS here in Austria, but we are in a comparably small city. We are very well regionally anchored, so you could consider us as a small, let's say, village or regional club who made it within 3 years together with all of you, together with our partners into the European Champions League. And that we are there, I was aware of, for instance, last week in Barcelona when I sat on the floor just speaking a few minutes after Vice President Gina. So we really made these huge steps, and it was worth, although it was really very, very, very hard work of all of us.
Thank you. We have 3 new partners joining the Alliance, and also numerous new associated partners from all over Europe, nearly all over Europe. If we will have the same round in 4 years with the new ones, so the now new ones and then also the old ones, what do you think they will tell you about E³UDRES? Or what do you wish they will tell you?
I think it's a great opportunity, and for them to join and for us to also have them here. Because as I've told earlier, for me as a student, especially in the activities of the student board, the main challenge has been to address all the varieties of styles of action, of how student representation is organized locally. So we didn't count them as new partners or outside the initial group, because since the student board has formed, Saxion and Fulda have been there, and Young has joined immediately with a student representative. So for us, it's only been harder, but in a new way. And what I think is, in 4 years, when looking back, I hope that they would say that the KPIs were achieved, that half of the students and staff went to those mobilities, opened their minds, and that everybody adheres to the E³UDRES values, to the E³UDRES higher umbrella, because that's what's lacking now.
Thank you. Yvette, yes, then.
I wanted to answer this question because, well, my challenge is in this phase that you need 120% of efforts in order to be prepared for the monthly meetings at the level at 80%. So my wish is that with new partners we can improve this effort gap and bring closer.
Thank you. Do you also want to add to that? No? Then actually the last round, because I think we are nearly to 2. If you need to describe E³UDRES with one word, what would it be? Only one.
Fascinating.
Europe.
Everything.
And I would add family. And actually, thank you for this short, but I think emotional round, or at least with some insights in our emotions. And Michael, I think we have the next speaker on board.
Thanks a lot, and it's nice to have a moment to reflect of what we went through, what has been happening, obviously lessons learned, and what we will try to do better the next time. Now we will look probably a little bit more into the future, because when we decided that we will have this E³UDRES Forum, one of the first names which came to our mind was the person who I have heard on several occasions. I think the first one was the Austrian presidency of the EU. The person who comes with the non-standard views, out-of-box thinking about the future of higher education, combining technologies, combining the different patterns, and where we might go on. And therefore, it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Gerald Bast, the rector of Academy of Applied Arts in Vienna. And we are really happy, Gerald, that you accepted our invitation, and would be really happy to learn about your views, what we may face in the future. Gerald, welcome on stage.
The emotional part of this conference is not over, I can promise. I will try hard to bring in some further emotions, which is not so difficult looking at the future, especially at this topic. Let me start with a graph. Most of you know quite well. The United Nations formulated 17 goals. It's about nothing less than the goals to transform the world. 17 boxes, from poverty to hunger, from health to energy, from work to climate protection and peace. One box for each goal. The way something is represented reveals a lot about the way you think. To me, this graph reminds me of a song by Malvina Reynolds and Pete Seeger. Maybe, not sure, some of you may have heard that song. Let's listen into the song for a moment.
Little boxes on the hillside, little boxes made of ticky-tacky, little boxes, little boxes, little boxes all the same. There's a green one and a pink one and a blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. And the people in the houses all went to the university, where they all were put in boxes, little boxes all the same. And there's doctors and there's lawyers and business executives, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same. And they all play on the golf course and drink their martini dry, and they all have pretty children, and the children go to school, and the children go to summer camp, and then to the university, where they all get put in boxes, and they all come out the same. And the boys go into business, and marry and raise a family, and they all get put in boxes, little boxes all the same. There's a green one and a pink one and a blue one and a yellow one, and they're all made out of ticky-tacky, and they all look just the same.
Well, going back to the SDG boxes, the International Science Council shows us a very different picture of these sustainable goals. The issue of these 17 goals to transform the world are all or more or less interrelated, cannot be understood in isolation. Each have implications for the others. Understand and frame current global challenges as intertwined natural and social problems, and therefore give a prominent leadership role to the social sciences, arts, and humanities, without negating the important contributions from physical, natural, engineering, medical, and other applied sciences. The International Science Council emphasized not so long ago. Today, our knowledge is growing at breakneck speed, and theoretically, we should understand the world better and better. More than 3 million scientific articles are published worldwide each year, only in peer-reviewed scientific journals. One scientific article every 10 seconds. Although we are producing more knowledge, there is a crisis of knowledge, a crisis of confidence, or even more concretely, a crisis of confidence in the promised power of knowledge. The dynamics of climate crisis, artificial intelligence, robotics, and synthetic biology obviously show more social and economic impact power than established systems of education, science, and not the least politics. People seem to suspect what the International Science Council described in its recent report. The existing science system supports research that is fundamentally limited in its ability to contribute to the transformative changes needed to thrive in the 21st century and beyond. It is simply not fit for purpose. Strong and clear words. By the way, the International Science Council is not just any association of marginal importance, but the umbrella organization of the world's most important research institutions, such as the Royal Swedish Academy, the French Académie des Sciences, the German Research Association, the British Royal Society, the US National Academy of Sciences, and also the Austrian Academy of Sciences, whose president not long ago was awarded with the Nobel Prize. The fragmentation of knowledge is limiting the complex innovation processes, as well as designing and implementing visionary innovation strategies. In Nature, the most prestigious scientific journal, we could read this in January this year. Papers and patents are increasingly less likely to break with the past in ways that push science and technology in new directions. Relying on narrower slices of knowledge benefits individual careers, but not scientific progress more generally. A new holistic way of thinking is required, as technological answers alone are not the end solution to a given problem. Science and research have to look at the systemic effect of any action rather than merely the localized gain. This was a statement by the European Research Area Board with the title, Preparing Europe for a New Renaissance. Quite a few years ago, I think in the early 2000 years, well, paper is patience, reality is not. Knowledge is power. This sentence by Francis Bacon was and still is preached to the youth as an invitation and promise. Today, more than ever, we need the power of knowledge. But what kind of knowledge? What kind of knowledge is necessary in a world characterized by contradictions and seemingly irreconcilable logics, by complexity and ambiguity, by increasing desolidarization, aggressiveness, emotional distance, and even social apathy? What kind of knowledge, skills, and attitudes are needed to work on solutions for living in a changing nature and to be able to live under the conditions of a changed nature? What kind of knowledge is necessary to keep up, develop, and adapt economic, social, and democratic systems in times of fundamental change fueled by radical technologies, climate change, and demographic disruptions? What will it take to prepare people for occupations whose concrete form is not yet known? What does employability, the magic formula of the university politics in the 1990s, what does employability mean under the conditions of radical transformation processes in global economies and thus in global labor markets? The OECD named transformative competencies we need: critical thinking, the ability to reconcile conflicting and seemingly irreconcilable logics, the ability to cooperate, creativity, non-linear thinking, putting different aspects in relation to each other rather than intellectually fragmenting them further and further, dealing with complexity and ambiguity, and, yes, empathy. And we need these competencies, this kind of knowledge, in all areas where social and economic transformation processes are taking place, as soon as possible, as comprehensively as possible, and in the broadest possible circles of the population. But let's be honest, what role do transformative competences play at universities? Are these core competences of university teachers in addition to their respective experience in a certain subject? Are the transformative competences the declared educational goals at our universities? Almost exclusively specialized study programs at universities, and maybe even more so at universities of applied sciences. This is the reality, and this does not make sense for challenges our societies have to meet, neither in terms of economic and labor market policy, nor in terms of social policy, nor in terms of supporting vibrant and viable democratic structures. So, after this rough foundation, let me take a look at the future of universities. what will universities look like in, let's say, 30 years? And they will have to go into this direction unless they risk to fall into societal irrelevance and thus risking their existence on a large scale. In 30 years, this sounds far away, but it is not, especially not in the area of education and higher education. In 30 years, there will be significantly more students overall enrolled in a university than today. But the profile of the programs, and thus the profile of the graduates, will be totally different. In 2053, the range of students offered at a university will be divided into 3 sectors in terms of content. Specialized study programs, mission-oriented transformation studies, and Studium Generale. The first sector, the specialized studies in single disciplines, we have them now area-wide. They will provide access to these programs in a regulated way to a limited number of students. These programs serve either training for specific, clearly defined professions, especially in the fields of medicine, technology, law, and in the arts, or preparation for or entry into highly specialized research careers in single disciplines. The second sector, mission-oriented transformation studies, these are interdisciplinary, often inter-university studies. Their focus is on the major social and economic challenges, for example, the future of urban life, the future of rural life, the future of human work, the future of democracy, the future of economic strategies, and the strategies for coping with the climate crisis. And the third sector, a Studium Generale, provides open access to all and is therefore the largest degree program in terms of numbers in 30 years. The individualized curriculum offers room for students' personal interests and previous knowledge. Study objectives are the acquisition of competences in making connections between single disciplines and in recognizing new potential for cross-disciplinary impact, communication skills in paradigm-breaking scientific disciplines, especially in the areas of AI, robotics, genetic engineering, and quantum physics, as well as new socioeconomic theories, understanding the foundation basis and the principles of philosophy and political mechanisms. Transformative competencies, here they are again. Critical thinking, questioning patterns of thought, assumptions and solutions, the ability to reconcile contradictory and seemingly incompatible logics, the ability to cooperate, creative skills like coping with uncertainty, ambiguity, and complexity, using imagination and intuition, changing perspectives, and creating new contextualizations. Reflection skills, coping with complexity, and applying empathy. Curricula will depart from the system of time and performance pressure measured by completed examination parts and ECTS points. Knowledge of interrelationships between single subjects is as important as knowledge in individual subjects. The university allows time for thinking, reflecting, weighing, and discarding. more time for breaks in the formalized paced course of study. In life, you can't always breathe in. It also takes time to exhale. While in the 1970s, quantitative methods came to dominate large parts of academia, in the future, creative methods will set the course for patterns of thinking away from the familiar and tried and true. Examinations do not assess how students succeed in acquiring and reproducing existing knowledge, data, and facts that are stored in databases and can be retrieved at any time, but whether and how they can adapt existing strategies and processes for analyzing and finding solutions, or develop new strategies and processes for completely new problems and challenges. We have to design an education system which emphasizes the areas computers, AI, machines cannot perform, at least now or in the next future. The role of university teachers will change dramatically through the use of AI, from teaching fact-based courses in lecture form to a large number of students, to teaching formats that stimulate and accompany the analysis and critical reflection of data and facts, as well as their interrelationships. Multidisciplinary team teaching, including the integration of extramural experts from economy and civil society, will be the rule, not the exception. Generative artificial intelligence tools based on powerful knowledge databases will play an essential role in student learning as well as in research. AI tools exponentiate the problem-solving potential of universities, especially in mission-oriented learning, teaching, and research. All students and faculty will have full online access to AI tools for information retrieval and research. And the European Union will ensure that these AI tools can access all major knowledge databases within and outside the European Union. Ownership and accessibility of data is the most important aspect of AI. Of course, the university is actively dedicated to lifelong learning. In addition to basic research, mission-oriented research targeted at the grand and global societal challenges will be at the center of the universities. Mission-oriented research will claim at least 50% of the overall financial and human resources for research at the university. The university needs flexible spaces with state-of-the-art digital equipment for online research and for use of the AI by individuals and in groups. The university needs central places for informal communication and interaction, places for the unstructured and unplanned, even random exchange of thoughts and ideas. Every university has an interdisciplinary center as a place for cross-disciplinary discourse and thought experimentation, open to university members from a variety of disciplines, open to interested parties from business and government. The university is systematically and obligatorily involved in the work of community centers in order to give feedback from university to society and vice versa. Enrich university activities in teaching and research with societal discourse, provide knowledge transfer into society, and strengthen the functioning of democratic structures and societal solidarity. Imagination is a powerful tool. Artists use this tool, but even beyond the system of the arts, the power of imagination would and will have a wide field of application. To conclude, take a short imaginative journey with me. Can we imagine today a university that fulfills the aspiration of laying the foundation for a just and democratic society? Can we imagine a university system that is openly accessible network for inquiry, communication, and feedback for all members of society, whether they work and study at the university or not? A university that reaches out into society? Can we imagine a university system where competition within a single discipline rather than collaboration between different disciplines is encouraged and rewarded? Can we imagine a university where the use of artificial intelligence is not forbidden, like right now in some US universities, but where artificial intelligence is used as a tool for extending human creative power, where critical questioning of artificial intelligence responses is as much a standard as a hazard control? Can we imagine a university where the search of new forms of human work for a good life in increasingly aging society and for new forms of participation in a societal decision-making process are not collateral benefits, but explicitly defined core goals? Can we imagine a university system that educates and trains generalists who have mastered the holistic view of interrelationships and interactions with the same ambition, intensity, and quality as heart surgeons, pianists, and quantum physicists? Can we imagine such a radical university meeting the radicality of our times? A look at the history of human civilization shows the enormous, often unexpected power of mankind to implement necessary changes. Usually this happens in time of great upheaval, from the Enlightenment to the Industrial Revolution, to the physical and spiritual reconstruction of Europe after the Nazi dictatorship. People's thoughts and actions, their economic and political systems have often and successfully been radically changed, not at least the universities. Even the current dynamics of change are proceeding more rapidly than ever before. There is every reason to believe that it can succeed this time too, because it makes sense for everyone. You think that's a very optimistic view? Can you imagine sharing this optimism with me? Thank you.
I guess that we may have time for any comments or questions should you have, because there may be some coming. Are you scared? Are you scared from what Gerald said? Can I ask you, if we have these diversified systems with research-intensive universities, universities of applied sciences, how would you see that developing further? Because you were sort of proposing that there will be more interconnection, general approach, but also some specialized studies. What would be your view of diversity of a higher education system? Because it may have impact on funding, it may have impact on approach, on profiling. How would that fit in your...
Well, we have this given system and this diversity with different goals. I think both the universities and the universities of applied sciences will have to change. I just remarked that most of these study programs we have, and that's not only an aspect in Austria. I just read that in Germany they have more than 4,000 different study programs, more than 4,000 different study programs. And almost no ones which provide to looking together these different aspects. And in a world we know that we only can survive if we succeed in the European Union called it a holistic way of thinking and acting. If we don't succeed in this holistic way, we will lose the race against the machines, a famous book a few years ago said. And this direction towards the more holistic, generalistic, even also higher education will have to take place both in universities and in University of Applied Sciences. If they one day merge, I cannot predict. I stopped predicting politics, but maybe someday we could think about that.
No difference. Once again, it's turn on. Karl Raxer from Fulda University of Applied Sciences. I agree to most of what you have said with respect to the University of the Future. I disagree to a certain extent that we have 30 years in order to go through that transition. I think we don't have that much time.
Well, I totally agree. It wouldn't be too much imitating. I said it, 30 years sounds quite a while, but if you look back what happened the last 30 years, it's quite a short time. And I agree. Probably, it's very likely that we don't have 30 years anymore. We really are running out of time because these developments in technology, in climate, in the way we live together, in demographic change, aging society, migration, which is and will be fueled by climate crisis, these developments will make it hard to meet these challenges, and we really must not lose too much time. And we all know how much time it takes in education and in the university system to fundamentally change it, and this would be a fundamental change, not only of a university organization, but also in the mindset of the people working there.
There's one more question.
Yes, I would love a question. So I noticed that you were wearing red shoes. And in Belgium, we have a guy who has published a book, and it's called Red Monkeys. Red Monkeys means you're different. So when we look at climate change, there's so big things, but could you, as to me, a kind of a red monkey, what could we, as academic and non-academic steps, could take the first baby steps in this transition? So what is your tip to take the first baby step in transition?
Well, I think there is not one single step or one single action. What we should do in all the European countries is to take action in the course of parts of the Green Deal the European Commission lined out. In most of the European political reality, we are very slow, too slow. And maybe we should support those people, those scientists, and those young people who cried out. I'm always getting angry when young people who are protesting in a very radical way, gluing themselves on streets, when they are called terrorists. I cannot understand this terminology. If we talk about terrorists, we rather should ask, who is the terrorist? Who is causing and provoking terror to our societies? It's not these young people, and it's not the scientists who ever and ever tell the facts. They don't tell meanings, they tell us facts. And we should collectively force politics on every scale, from the community to the national level and to the European level. We should force the decision makers finally to take action. Because it's not about some ideology, it's about our future. And if we don't take action, everybody will be hit. Industry as well as the elderly people living in cities where they can't live anymore. And we realized it this year, working in Vienna, not for some days, for weeks, was kind of almost unbearable. You cannot concentrate yourself on a certain topic on your work if you live in a room and work in a room with more than 30 degrees. And we also cannot provide some, I'm missing the word, Klimaanlage, air condition for all our rooms. That's not possible. So we have to do something. There will be a change, a dramatic change. That's no question. The only question is if we take measures. And the other place of activities should and must be the educational sector, the schools, the universities. Whenever people and politicians talk about digitization, they talk about the MINT disciplines. A few years ago, I was invited to a symposium in the Austrian Parliament, the future of the digital society. And it was amazing and frightening to hear that politicians said, okay, we are entering the digital area and the digital society, and the solution is giving MINT an emphasis, providing coding lectures from primary school to universities for all. No, this is not the solution. This won't be the solution. We all know it. Technology has changed. We now can communicate on a quite proper way on quite proper level with AI without any knowledge of coding, talking in a human language to the machine, and the machine is answering in a human language. So the real important thing is to put the right questions to the machines. And this is what we have to learn at any level, at all levels of the educational system. Yeah.
Yes. So I don't know. I think you can't see me because of the light anyway. So I'm Diana Andonev, coming from the Polytechnical University of Timișoara. A comment and a question. You mentioned transformative competencies, mission, and transformative universities. More or less, almost everybody here fully agrees with that, and it's aware of that. One of the major problems with transformative missions and adaptable and flexible ones is the governance and the policies, which usually don't allow you either to be too transformative, or it's considering you, as you just mentioned, a terrorist in the higher education or in the academic world. And it's that change for the governance and for the politics and policies, which is probably the main, how to say, threat at this moment, probably for the universities. In the past, as far as I know, the legislation really adapted to the roots. So it was a more bottom-up legislation. The time more or less has passed. Now, if it is not an up and down legislation, it's not really changing or is not changing fast. What is your opinion on that? Or how do you think this can be changed?
Well, the legislation, at least in Austria, and as I know in several European countries, is quite clear. The mission of the university is to participate in the development of the society, to help solving human problems and the future of the natural environment. This is what we can read in the Austrian law. So that's the legislation level. The universities are in different countries in a different amount autonomous. So they can do and design curricula as they want. Not in every country. But behind that, there is a system of academia, of the scientific community. And I do not blame them, because it's not easy for them. And I repeatedly heard from scientists who said, if I write a paper or enter in a research program, a project targeting interdisciplinary aspects, I lose my career. Because the real important aspects and indicators for getting and increasing the career are publications, and these publication instruments are mainly, again, in single subjects or even sub-subjects. And if we know this, and a lot of people know that, why isn't it possible at the European level to provide a high-ranking publication instrument, an international journal for this kind of research, for inter- and cross-disciplinary, cross-institutional research, aiming at these grand challenges? This would have an impact for the individual career chances of researchers. So this all must come together, but we have to start. There are a few hopeful things and attempts. One of these E³UDRES². Another one is the new program by my university, the University of Applied Arts, together with the Johannes Kepler Universität, looking at a new aspect of education and providing these kinds of mission-oriented study programs and research projects. But I only can encourage you to go on the path you have began with this wonderful project, and we must not lose our braveness. I have to say that. It's not easy to do this. A lot of people are dominated by anxiety and other things which make them to step back rather than to make a step forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Gerald. I think you gave us quite a food for thought. Hannes, I'll give it to you to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerald, Bast, for this, I think, very relevant, challenging, but also promising words. Michael said Gerald was the first one who came into our minds when we thought who could give a keynote, and many thanks that you agreed. Gerald Bast has been the rector of the Angewandte University for Applied Sciences here in Austria for 23 years now, and he is in this position for, I think, about 2 more weeks. So I'm sure you will stay quite active in whatever role. But congratulations what you reached with your university, and many thanks for all the things that you did for shaping the Austrian higher education landscape as a rector, and even in your former position at the ministry. Diana talked about the situation of law. Gerald Bast was also responsible for huge steps forward in our Austrian laws. Thanks for all of that. And maybe you will find some time in the future. We would be very, very happy at E³UDRES if you can give us from time to time your advice. Maybe even join into our advisory board. We would be very honored at least to get your advice in the future. Thanks a lot once again.
Whew. So what are we going to discuss the next days? Let's still find some time to look at what we have done over the past years. I would invite the colleagues who were in charge of different activities to come here to the stage and give you a bit of a taste of what will be the breakout sessions after the coffee break. I know the coffee break is needed. So can I invite Roger Heijmans from University College Limburg-Leuven, the leader of the entire entrepreneurship education development. Iveta Putnina, the academic vice rector of E³UDRES² University of Applied Sciences. Raquel Barreira, the vice president of Institute Polytechnicos Setúbal. Balázs Huszti-Gergely, the work package leader on innovation in Hungarian University of Agriculture and Natural Sciences, and Ronja Prale, the site coordinator from Fulda University of Applied Sciences. Well, the seats are yours. There's no one else. And as we are getting a little bit short of time, we really thought of, would you reflect what were the main points within your activities? But also you will be running the breakout sessions, which will be after coffee break. You have the number of rooms in the agenda. And what we agreed is that all of these sessions will be done in 2 shorter slots. So you can swap between the sessions and you can hear more. So should we ask you within 3 minutes, I'm sorry to shorten that, to say what were the main issues you were dealing over the past 3 years and what you are going to address within your session after the coffee break. Can we do it from Iveta?
I so wanted to avoid being first because it's at every board of coordinators meeting, so they asked me to do the first one, but okay. So we have to finish this in the same way. Yes, so breakout session, future universities. So what I will try to guide you through those 25 minutes. So I would say that first of all, so how we followed the path from starting like even not knowing what these words means and what do we have to do, like future siting and blueprint. And then, so I will explain, so transformation of European University from dragons to octopus. And so that's my short story of the E³UDRES blueprint. But of course, so what we will do group speed reading of 80 pages, what is in this document, and there will be even a chance to leave your ideas as additional chapter just to get to the 100 pages for this blueprint.
Rector, you were in charge of research.
Yes, for the last year and a half, because in the beginning I was working with Iveta in future universities. So in our breakout session, we will present an overview of what we have been doing in research. I will also give you some hints of the project, the Horizon Call we are running for the past year, E³UDRES², which is a project to build the research capacity of the Alliance. One of the highlights of the work we have been doing together is the moments we had to meet in person, because it was really hard in the beginning to bring researchers away from their own networks, because if you are a top researcher, you already have your very well-established network, and we have to convince them to create a new network. That was hard. But I believe first time they met last year in the second Research Living Lab was very important, and we now see some connections growing, and we are doing some progress. That's what we will tell you about during the breakout session, also with the help of one of the very active researchers we have.
Thank you. Florian, you were not part of the formal partnership, but you will address the European added value.
Yes, exactly. It's really interesting sitting here reflecting on the past 3 years, only having joined a year ago. But it has been really a great opportunity, I think I can say that, for all the partners who joined in a later stage to join this network of practice-oriented, regionally anchored, but also internationally connected higher education institutions. And it has been especially amazing because it's really this family spirit that has been mentioned several times today. And we have been really feeling welcome from the very beginning. So we are very happy to, from October, start to even more actively engage as a full partner in this European University Alliance. And in the breakout session, we will have a look at what is the additional or added European value we are hoping to create by taking part in all these different activities concerning research, concerning teaching, but also transfer and so on. So actually, I provide you now with a room number, so join the workshop in the room A2.09. That's where we explore how is this program or this development different from all the other European projects that have been there before.
Thank you. So it's starting to be competition between the workshops. Roger.
She did a good pitch session. So if you want to become the chef of a salad bowl, and it's warm outside, you need to come to us. What we did in Smart Learners, we experienced how passionate people have different perspective, how passionate people have different adoption rate. What it makes it really interesting to work in Smart Learners is creating this salad bowl of diverse talents. Diversity is king, we are already saying a lot of times. It means what Gabi, Hannes shared with us is creating family. So if you want to create a salad bowl for the future of diverse talents, you're welcome.
Balázs.
Let's test this one. Okay, so I myself was responsible for work package number 5, which was entrepreneurship and innovation. And within this work package, we tested and prototyped different types of activities, events like hackathons, boot camps, and iResidency programs. But these were just, let's say, the key deliverables. The most important thing is that we, on one hand, we made impact because we worked with a lot of stakeholders, we worked with a lot of different types of companies, we worked with a lot of students, and we continuously, let's say, assessed what impact these programs could make on these different groups. On the other hand, we achieved a lot of best practices. So these impacts had the effect on our colleagues and on us as well, because we learned a lot, we made a lot of best practices, how to, let's say, assess the students, how to organize and execute events, and so on. And one of our workshop will be carried out by Irene, and this will feature one best practice when a student group started to work on a regional problem, and they got close to a real implementation.
Indeed, we were thinking of showing the clear example of what came up from out of the boot camps, and we are happy to have the partner who represents the Lenny initiative from the Lower Austria, which built on some input from the hackathon and boot camp run by the E³UDRES consortium, so you will be able to learn something about the concrete examples. I will give you one more very short round, because I saw that Ronja started the competition between the work packages, and the first two ladies didn't have the chance. Can you think of one short sentence why people should attend your workshop? And I will, in the meantime, say that there is a 6th workshop, which will be composed of consecutively of 4 pitches showing what is the capacity of E³UDRES partners. There will be example of smart semester from Saxion. There will be example of Jyväskylä University of Applied Sciences Future Factory, so both of them would be sort of coming with new ways of innovative learning and teaching. Colleagues from Limburg-Leven will address the student participation in times of deconnection. And there will be one more contribution about the experience with European manufacture promoting European agenda in Fulda. So that's the 6th one. But now, going back to you, can you try to sell your workshop as best as possible?
I hope. So Irene is going to introduce a project which is in the real implementation phase, and this is one of the most important aims of E³UDRES, to see projects which are implemented. So it is the realization of one real project.
Perfect. Roger.
So we have 2 USPs. So I'm doing the workshop with Danik and Christina. So it's a power team, transnational. And the other one, Michael, I found your students. We have students. So if you want to have a talk with future talents, come to us.
Well, I must say we have both an international group and we also have 2 students. But additionally, we heard before this is a peace project, so we are going to have a look at this European perspective and how this also creates a European identity and spirit. So if you want to be part of the peace project and get the overall connecting view, join our workshop.
Well, research. We have heard a lot about research during the keynote, and I have to say, in my opinion, it's harder to engage researchers than it is to engage students. So, given everyone is so strongly opinionated about research and doing impactful research, please join us in our breakout session and co-create with us.
Thank you. Iveta.
So knowledge is power, and the future university think tank is a treasure box, what we have, and in order to figure out who has the keys for this treasure box in your university, so you have to come.
Okay, thank you. So now you know I realized that the next time we do it like the hip-hop battle, so they will be very sync and... but now it's time for a coffee break. I remind you there is the exhibition which you can still attend in the other building. There are the Wall of Wishes. You are supposed to join the breakout sessions at 3:30, and after 25 minutes swap, unless you attended the 6th one with the consecutive pitches, and we will get back here at 5:20, having the panel session of the stakeholders, starting with the online contribution from a colleague from OECD. Enjoy the coffee break, enjoy the sessions. Thank you very much. I think the academic 15 minutes is mostly for the academic universities. I think the universities of applied sciences should be a little bit more punctual. I know it was short time, and this is also a lesson learned. We could have seen quite lively discussions in the breakout sessions, and that's something we have to take into account the next time. The 20 minutes is not enough for stuff addressing what we have done, and it will be even worse in 4 years. So still, we should try to keep the schedule, and at this moment, we would like to give the floor to the stakeholders because they are absolutely crucial for UDRES. We want to do things for the communities. We want to do the things for the regions. And we have one special guest who will unfortunately join us online, although until the last moment, we hope to have him with us. And it's Raffaele Trapasso, Senior Economist of the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities, the head of unit at the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities. Oh, what's the title, Raffaele? And Raffaele has been with us in the advisory board and helping us a lot also in sort of showing the direction where UDRES can go, because their main focus is on entrepreneurship education, on the role of higher education for the SMEs, a role of higher education which they can play for the regional communities. And therefore we agreed that it would be really pity to miss his contribution, and he would then give us a, sorry, Raffaele, I didn't see you behind me. And we would give him a short introduction of what he would have shared with us should he be with us, and then we would have a panel discussion here with the people from the representation of regions. But Raffaele, you have your 10-15 minutes, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Michael, and sorry again for not being with you, but it's probably better because I'm probably carrying the COVID virus with me again. So it's a kind of blessing in disguise that I'm not with you physically this time. The role of higher education in regional development. You know, Michael, that this is something that is really at the heart of the work that we are doing at the OECD. The OECD is this organization of 38 countries based in Paris. We are the legacy of the Marshall Plan that rebuilt Europe, and now we are a sort of R&D laboratory for public policies where we try to, stretch and test new solutions. One of these is, of course, entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial skills, the role of higher education in regional development. But why, and I work in this center that is relatively new in the OECD, that is organized cutting across different sectors of different policy sectors. There is the Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, regions, and cities. So you can understand where we stand in this policy framework. Why I'm not higher education? There are colleagues in the education department that work specifically on higher education. My response to you is that when we started focusing on higher education and on the role of higher education institutions was really too ambitious for higher education to get this discussion on entrepreneurship, on spatial and regional development. So we started with DGEAC to generate a framework supporting this novelty, the entrepreneurship and innovation dimension in higher education, because it was a bit the wave of startups, unicorns, gazelles, all this story about innovative businesses put in place by professors and students that were changing our lives. And so there was this interest, and we tried to generate a framework supporting entrepreneurship education in higher education, and this was HE Innovate. which you might be familiar with. And this was a self-assessment tool, really, something helping the institutions, the higher education institutions like yours, considering what kind of organizational, incentive, career changes they should put in place to be more entrepreneurial and innovative. At a certain point, HR Innovate become also some country or subnational studies to test a bit what was the idea of the entrepreneurial higher education institution, the entrepreneurial university, and to see what were the challenges. And was with studies like the one in Sweden, in Italy, or in Eastern Europe, that we realized that in reality, there was very difficult to insert a regional development dimension in research universities, of course, because they always look up often more to Harvard than to their ecosystems, because they want to publish an excellent research. And so there are not incentives for them to co-specialize their research with their partners or with innovation opportunities in their own communities. But we also saw that it's difficult sometimes for universities like yours, universities of applied science, engaging with regional development, because although you are designed to embed local representatives in your governance structures, in the design of your programs, it might be difficult to generate development, in the sense to identify skills needs, skills opportunity, sectorial specialization that might emerge. So, good relationship with business, but what happened when there is nobody knocking on your door to suggest a partnership? So it's still an open discussion, and the OECD is now working, and has been working over the past 3 years, to add this regional dimension, these spatial lenses into the higher education policy, and try to find a way to organize and facilitate this idea of co-specialization of teaching, research, and collaboration activities, funding a good equilibrium between this ambitious collaboration agenda and the fact that higher education institutions should not be considered as regional development agencies, because otherwise it becomes a problem on the other side, and your mission can be confused. I have to say that this idea, I feel particularly close to E³UDRES, because before engaging with the area of skills, entrepreneurial skills and ecosystems, I was in the rural development program at the OECD. So there is this rural dimension that I know very well. And when we used to do the rural reviews, so, the OECD pioneered the area of rural development policy, and we were always asking ourselves, but why there is no more cooperation between this rural community, so dynamic, so innovative, and the local higher education institutions? And again, the problem was lack of career opportunities, lack of incentives, lack of common frameworks, especially when it was difficult to identify new skills needs and opportunity for industrial specialization. And this is what I personally brought to the creation of a new platform in the OECD, in which E³UDRES plays a relevant role, that is called ECOL, Entrepreneurship Education, Collaboration and Engagement. Now, like I said, with the support of partners like the E³UDRES, we were able to generate activities in a way that we want to generate and facilitate the collaboration between higher education institutions, business communities, policymakers, especially at the local level, and civil society. The vision we have is that of generating common narratives and shared visions. Because sometimes, again, and even in the situation of University of Applied Sciences, sometimes it's very difficult to connect, to share same language, to have the same objectives. That's the reason why we created this platform, hoping that it could connect and could generate a common culture among different partners that are interested nonetheless in innovation, entrepreneurship, and well-being in their communities. Basically, very complex platform. So we try to organize the work for the time being in 3 different groups that we call task and finish groups. The first one is on entrepreneurial education and skills. The second one is on entrepreneurial ecosystems that we call the geography of higher education, with this idea of inserting a spatial dimension in higher education. And the third is about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, let me start from this dimension, because it's interesting for you, because E³UDRES is about sustainability, and it was very powerful for us, because ECOL needs tools that can generate common languages, as I said. So we were together with Mikkel, with Roger, with Gabriela in New York, where we started this discussion about SDGs during the high-level political forum on SDGs in July. And we had a lot of discussions with counterparts. And the main takeaways from that discussion were 2. SDGs, as I said, provide plain language, KPIs, common objectives that everyone can understand. It can help very much the collaboration between higher education institutions like you and partners, because you can sit down and the framework for collaboration is already in place. And this is a very important advantage for collaboration. So we liked very much this discussion of SDGs as a tool for collaborating. And the second important finding was that the SDGs bear a social dimension that it is, at least at the beginning, prevalent in the discussion, meaning that the focus has to be on inclusion, because there is a need to increase the level of social capital in communities before engaging seriously on green objectives, in the sense that you don't want to penalize anyone in your community to achieve environmental objectives that are super important, but because it will not work, not because they are not important. Take for instance, the yellow vest problem in France that exploded, especially because the endowment of social capital was too low to put in place such an ambitious environmental policy as the Macron government had done at that time. So in this framework, we need you. We need, now we are building an international network of case studies, especially to see how higher education institutions can play this important role of being generators, catalyzers of social capital and capacity of generating programs that are ambitious, realistic, and actionable for reducing, the environmental footprint of a community, to provide technical assistance to local government, and to generate a platform where different stakeholders, different partners can meet. There is a project that is now in place. We hope that E³UDRES will be a key partner of this endeavor, and we count on your interest to launch this project. Related to this, we have generated a discussion about the entrepreneurial ecosystem. as I said, the geography of higher education. Now, again, we were in New York. We took advantage of our mission there. We were at Cornell Tech, that is this beautiful institution on Roosevelt Island in New York. Is the mixed, is the merging of the Cornell, this Ivy League university, with the Technion of Israel, and then it becomes Cornell Tech. At Cornell Tech, you expect, and you see the frontier of technology in sectors like health, communication, and engineering, but you also see something very, very interesting, that is the capacity of such an important institution to deliver results to what is perceived as their leaders almost, no? Because Cornell Tech cooperates a lot with the New York ecosystem to deliver a vision of transforming New York in the equivalent of San Jose, so the Silicon Valley, on the east coast of the United States. They have this vision, 20 years, and you know, it's really interesting to see that everything Cornell does, as every piece of research, every startup they promote, every spin-off is done to transform their own ecosystem into a leading place, a leading innovation hub in the world. It's not easy to integrate such a level of collaboration, because what you do is then to become accountable towards institutions that are not at all related with the world of higher education, and this is important, but for instance, manage the real estate system of New York, that manage employment, that manage economic indicators. And no one in Cornell complains. Now, I don't want to say that everyone should behave in this way. I don't want to say that this mission should be overarching for all institutions, but I'm saying that Cornell shows that it is possible to couple very important and very successful research agenda with very important and very successful collaboration ones. So the last point I want to say is this point about entrepreneurial skills and entrepreneurial education. I have to say that while this is becoming increasingly popular as an area to mobilize the interest of higher education institutions and to faculties and staff, it's very difficult to find resources to work in this area because everyone is using different metrics, different definitions. It's not clear what this is really about, and is a bit there is this very clear, very problematic situations, like it should be entrepreneurship should be a new domain of teaching, or should cut across different disciplines, is a way to create a transdisciplinary platforms. So we are again here trying to promote entrepreneurial skills like a mindset, not like only like startups. We like startups. We love this idea of unicorn, but is like organizing education policy for Einstein. So it's very rare that you manage to have such successful ventures, while it is very possible to positively affect the mindset of individuals and make them careers of innovation, which is super important for our societies and is super important when you operate in applied sciences like yours. It's very important to be active in entrepreneurship to provide a full set of skills to individuals that can be so very successful. Now, ECOL is at the second year of activities, is a new experiment in a R&D laboratory that, as I said, is the OECD. We think that it is important that we are there to generate new ideas about the role the higher education institutions can have in the coming years, where it seems that many things will change. For instance, I'm Italian, and we work a lot on with Italy. It's not the two things are not connected, but we work a lot with Italy, where there is a important reflection about the role of higher education institutions in 20 years or more in a country that is challenged demographically, in terms of regional development. What is the role that higher education institutions can play? And this is a reflection that we see in many places, including in New York. And what I wanted to say to conclude is that the success of the OECD in terms of generating new policy frameworks and new metrics and benchmark practices. I don't want to say best practices, because it's very difficult to say what is the best with moving targets like higher education. It will benefit, I think, all partners, because it will increase the impact on the individual and community level that institutions and networks like yours can have. So what I can wish you, I wish you a successful end of the conference. And again, apologies for not being with you, but I also wish for ECOL a stronger collaboration, a more intense collaboration with you, with the E³UDRES. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Raffaele. It's amazing how much it fits with what we heard from Gerald, Bast about the future patterns. And I think I would take it as well as the words of recognition of what the colleagues do in different activities of E³UDRES, bringing students and staff from different disciplines together, promoting entrepreneurship. Do I take it that Raffaele is disconnected, or would we have any chance for any question or comment?
I'm still here.
You're still here, good. Would there be anyone who would like to have any question or comment? Sorry, I don't see anyone, but it's probably also that no one raises the hand. My question would be then, indeed we saw very exciting example in the States, and I would not comment on their resources, because what they invested in the campus, or what they are going to invest in the campus, would be probably half of the higher education budget in Austria. But what I could have seen, and it's something what we may consider, is much more openness for the institution to get engaged with the stakeholders, invest money, which is in Europe almost sort of forbidden. And you are engaged in a global level, doing a lot of things with colleagues from South America, from Africa. Would there be any recommendation for European institutions to consider in order to be more agile, to be more moving forward, from your experience, Raffaele?
Thank you, Michael, for the question. And let me say hi to Gerald, Bast, if he's still around, because I'm very fond of him. I want to say that Europe has a lot of infrastructures in place, because if you remember, there was this intervention by Cleveland in New York, and Cleveland said, we were 1 million inhabitants 40 years ago. Now we are 350,000. And for 40 years, we tried to take back what we lost. So the automotive, large industries, lot of manufacturing jobs. But now with the SDGs, they want to turn the page and leverage on the local university to identify a strategy for development that really reflects their assets, and engage in a self-discovery dynamic that identifies new opportunity for the inclusive and sustainable development of Cleveland. But this is a smart specialization. This is something that Europe has been promoting over the past 20 years almost. So I think that it would be important to connect the cohesion agenda, the regional cohesion, the European cohesion agenda, with the higher education one, and actors like you, I mean, the European Alliance like you, can really play a role, an important role in this. But then at the institutional level, there is probably need for two things, no? For instance, very simply, creating skills that are specialized in proactively connecting the higher education institution to the innovation opportunities in the ecosystem. And, you know, and then it's about skills, about the placement. I'm sure you do a lot of placement services, but do you use these placement services to understand, to study, to get in contact with the ecosystem in which you operate? This would be, you know, an interesting opportunity, a very low-hanging fruit. Is one of the conclusions, and we reached, for instance, in a project that we are doing in Italy to help higher universities there to be more connected with their ecosystems, and themselves identified these two points. And I think that they can be extended and generalized to other systems.
Okay, thank you very much, Raffaele. I think that was noted also by those who will be working on relevant activities over the next 4 years. And I believe that this is not definitely the last time when have you with us. Next time, hopefully as well in person. And please get well. That's we can see that the COVID is growing, because you are not the only one within this conference who wasn't able to attend because of that. So get well and keep in touch. Thanks a lot. Thanks for your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now I would invite the colleagues who would share with us their experience on site. So I would ask Johannes Bade, the head of unit of higher education, research and the arts from the representation of the state of Hessen to the EU, to join us on the stage. Anne Sandelin from city of Jyväskylä, and Ilse Eglaya, the head of board of Valmiera Development Agency. And we'd be eager to hear how the stakeholders see what alliances like E³UDRES can do. So we will have a brief first round when I would ask each of you to introduce your background, but maybe focus on what are your national, regional, community challenges, what are the priorities, and what could be the role of higher education in that. Well, Johannes, I can see that the ladies refused to be the first, so go on.
Thank you very much. I hope this is working. Yes, thank you very much. So I'm representing the state of Hessen. And for those who don't know Hessen yet, because Hochschule Fulda, University of Applied Sciences Fulda, is based in Hessen, we are a state, very pro-European state, situated at the heart of Germany, at the center of Europe. And this is worth being mentioned, with E³UDRES being extended over the time. And thank you very much, Michael, for the kind invitation. I have the pleasure to say some words about the role of the state of Hessen when it comes to the role of higher education and our strategy. So we've heard a lot of challenges Rector Bast described in the morning, and those are, of course, very relevant also for German regions and the state of Hessen. So just to name a couple, and we have, of course, economic challenges linked to the need, for example, of skilled labor, of workforce. Plus, we have the need to digitize our industry, our administration, but also our education sector at large. Plus, maybe even priority number one is climate change. This does not only affect Southern Europe, but also Germany and German regions, because we've seen over the last few months, weeks, and years, extreme weather events and the rise of those events. Plus, let me say another two examples of challenges: aging societies and health issues that come up with this. And of course, also, yeah, when we go back to the economic background, issues related to artificial intelligence, how to deal with artificial intelligence, because we need to find a human dimension, an ethical dimension to it, plus cybersecurity. So, okay, these are some challenges, maybe also those Mr. Bast referred to. And the question now is how to tackle them. And I would put that our higher education institutions, universities, and particularly UAS do play a major role here to tackle challenges in this regard. And back to Hessen, we have 11 universities, of which 5 are UAS. And why do they play a major role here? Because they are really sort of the spider in the web, huh? And they train the talents of tomorrow and embedded in local and regional innovation ecosystems. They have a very important role to play because they are, of course, in close touch with the SME sector or industrial sectors or the citizens engaged, for example, in co-creation labs, etc. And the question now is, what does the state of Hessen do? What does the regional level do to empower UAS and universities? So looking back over the last few years, my government has pledged to increase investment into universities by a significant amount of 4%, rising up to 11.2 billion euros until end of funding period 24. And we do have several funding lines of our funding landscape, which are really interesting, I would put, for UAS. So for example, we do have in the state of Hessen like an excellence-based research program on a competitive basis, branded Löwe, which amounts to up to 100 million euro per year, with interesting funding calls. Plus, we did put a specific focus on the issue of digitization with the so-called Digital Pact, which also foresees a significant amount of more than 100 million euros until the end of the funding period. And why did I mention this? Because also Mr. Bast referred to digitization. And we've seen, of course, with the outbreak of the Corona crisis, that we significantly need to digitize, well, digital learning and teaching, not only infrastructure as such. What we also did in Hessen, with the help of our universities, is to establish like a new artificial intelligence hub to also bridge the needs between basic research and application. So we established like a center branded Hessian AI, because as I referred to, we need to fund research in this regard, fund new professorships, and also find new ways of how to deal with artificial intelligence. But of course, not only to see like challenges, but also to seize opportunities in this regard. Of course, the international strategy and the European dimension, we will come to that later, is also really, really important because, as I said, Hessen does not have external borders. We don't have neighboring states as opposed to Austria, to Lower Austria, for example. So international cooperation per se is not a given, but even more important, of course. And that's why European university networks like yours are so important, because internationalization goes hand in hand with research cooperation. Sustainability, another big issue Mr. Bast also referred to. We have put a dedicated focus on sustainability in our research pact, funded in 2020. And that means sustainability is an issue every single university and UAS deals with. And we also need sustainability professorships, so really enshrined also in research. Of course, we have also discussed about entrepreneurial education, really big issue. Spin-offs, startups, really important to put a spotlight here, because yes, Europe has to catch up here in this area. Not only Germany, not only Hessen. I think the whole of this holds true for the whole of Europe. And fortunately, the European Union, the European Commission, is trying to catch up also through funding lines. So therefore, 2 months ago, my ministry also decided to open up new funding calls because we want to establish so-called startup transfer professorships, and this call is also directed at UAS, just to demonstrate that we are also active in this regard, but maybe this is a topic where we need to engage even more in the years to come. And let me maybe look back at a decision my government took 5-6 years ago, which was, I think, a very, very important decision, which is also fruitful and beneficial to UDRES. We were the first region all over Germany to award the right to universities of applied sciences to award doctorates. I think this is really, really important also because Hochschule Fulda can bring in their expertise, their knowledge here. And of course, also when it comes to mobility of international students and PhD candidates, this is really a true asset. Yes, I think from there we can sort of go on with the European dimension, because the international strategy is really, really important. And looking back over what has happened in my home region, Hessen, I'm really very, very pleased to see the dynamism of UDRES and European University Alliances, because 1 year ago, we had 2 successful candidates, both based in the city of Darmstadt. And thanks to engagement on the ground from universities like Fulda, we could triple our results and extend participations in European University Network Alliances from 2 to 6, which is really great for a state like Hessen. And we see a lot of engagement in this area and the will to really intensify this dynamism. Thank you.
Thank you, that was quite a lot. Hey, my name is Anne and I come from E³UDRES², which is a city in the central Finland. We have 146,000 inhabitants in E³UDRES² and it is the 7th largest city in Finland. And we are also a proud home of 2 of our main universities, University of E³UDRES² and E³UDRES² University of Applied Sciences, JAMK, with people here today. I think I'll go back to the basics about what is the role of higher education for a city. When we look back at the urban development of regions and cities, the cities that are growing, the regions that are successful, are the ones with multidisciplinary universities. It can be seen in E³UDRES² even in the streets. Our largest age group is 23 years old students. And every 3rd inhabitant in E³UDRES² is a student, either in the secondary level or university level. So we breathe and live and grow together with our universities. One of the issues that we have is that our economic structure, E³UDRES² has 97% of companies, they are micro companies, less than 10 employees in a company, many of them with just single entrepreneur. So we need to grow the businesses, we need to grow companies even to medium size. That is really dearly needed. And as I discussed with colleagues here today, we all have the same need. Our companies are really small. So as well, we've turned to focus on startups and growth companies that reach for fast global growth, especially research-based innovations are in the heart of this progress. The innovations are born in a fertile environment from the density of people, density of business enterprises, density of researchers, and they are all closely related to the numbers on innovations regionally. The successful regions, the innovation ecosystems are dependent on the talent attraction and retaining. How do we retain the talented people? And of course, for the city, it's about jobs and taxpayers, so we can pay for the services for our inhabitants. So the big question is, and our joint question with the universities, how do we retain the talented young professionals in our cities? Of course, they are the basic things: good educational services, healthcare services, affordable housing, clean nature, activities. They have to be in order, but it's not enough. not nowadays. We need an innovative working environment, and we need mind-tinkling conversations, and also the sense of community in the universities and in the innovation ecosystem. They are needed to root the young talent. This is also, of course, the thing that we think locally. We want to keep the best and talented people in our cities. But the innovations, they also benefit from the interaction of experts with different views and different backgrounds. And if we can improve the diversity, the equity and inclusion across the entire innovation chain, then we can fundamentally broaden the potential talent. So the internationalization is the core element for competitive, sustainable and successful implementation of cities' innovation ecosystems. Here the universities and universities of applied sciences are the major players. In our region, we have chosen together our strategic strengths. Sports, health and well-being ecosystem and industry renewal is the other ecosystem. And we also include adding value to the industry by bioproducts and cybersecurity, for example. Today, I think it is clear that we all have similar challenges. How to coach small companies to grow, how to get the innovation from the scientist hard drives to the implementation of business ideas. Also, when the funding of the research encourages to do more research, not business. And I think there is no silver bullet or no single and conclusive recipe for the successful implementation of innovation ecosystems. But together we need to look for new solutions that reflect the needs of society and make sure that all the segments of the society participate fairly in the economic benefits generated through the innovation. Is it sustainability or is it something else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And now I have to say everything what Anna said. But maybe I can look at it from a little bit different perspective. So I represent Valmiera Development Agency, which is a little NGO in a quite small municipality, and our Valmiera is actually a micro city, so it's very small, and our university is small, and our region is small. But yes, the challenges and the roles of the university, I can agree with everything that you said. Of course, the first thing to me, as I work with businesses and see what their needs are, I see that the university is a place where talent can grow. That's to me, it's the first thing. The second thing maybe would be research and development hub and also facilitator and provider of the solutions to the industry. Of course, technology transfer, of course, entrepreneurial skills, and also influencer of the local innovation policy. But maybe I won't go through the list. Actually, when I was getting ready for this panel, I have recently fallen in love with ChatGPT. And I asked ChatGPT, what are the roles of universities? And oh my God, do-it-all organization. I had the feeling there was everything listed, everything that you can imagine. So I think that one of the challenges, and I also was here last year, and I know that these challenges are the same, and it doesn't, no matter how big or small the university is, I mean, I heard the same challenges from all universities in E³UDRES network. So when I was going through this large list of roles, possible roles of universities, I think the key challenge for you guys, for universities, would be to find a clear clear path, clear role in your local or regional ecosystems, and probably define the priorities, because you can't do everything and you can't be excellent in everything, and you can, E³UDRES is a perfect platform to get ideas, to see what others are doing, but all the regions are different, of course, and only you know what are those priorities. And during those 3 years in E³UDRES project so far, I have been in many discussions about what the roles of universities are, and I hope that you have come to a conclusion what the role of your university is in your local ecosystem, or at least you are close to the decision or idea what your role is. So yes, I think that what E³UDRES is very good is thinking about visions and thinking about strategies. But if I could wish something for E³UDRES for the future, is maybe focusing more on actions, on real actions. I know that you have great pilots in this project, and I'm not maybe that familiar what the budget lines in your project and so on, but I hope that you can allocate more funding for actual actions, and maybe to think how you can make those pilots sustainable, how you can make them go on, even without the E³UDRES and beyond the E³UDRES, because that's the most important thing. We can all do great things within projects, but the challenge is what next and what's beyond that. I'm looking through my great notes, just a second. Yes, my wish for our local university is that when the university will have decided what the priorities are, because I think that our local university is still almost there, almost the decisions are made, but I think the decisions have to be made. What are the priorities? And when you have chosen, I hope that also industry and other stakeholders of the ecosystem understands it, get to know it, and maybe in some years when they think about, I don't know, for example, some R&D activities, then the university is the first choice where they want to go. If they have some challenge, they know, oh yes, I have to go to E³UDRES University. It's my first choice. So that is my wish for you. And I also wish, I believe to make things sustainable, you have to also allocate resources for that. And because we can sit around the table and speak about good things all day, but at the end of the day, we have to have a team of people, or just in the beginning, one person who is working on the project or on the initiative. Yes, and I hope that you can do that. And about my whole feeling about the E³UDRES, I was here last year, and I have participated in other events, very great events, and I have this feeling that E³UDRES has accumulated this energy, knowledge that we all have collected from each other, and it's like a big ball of energy, and my wish is that it explodes, it becomes like a big bang, and I wish that the next step of E³UDRES is a possibility to land those ideas and actually implement them. Thank you.
I wanted to follow, but this was almost like the conclusion of the day. Just a few minutes. So, well, thanks, Ilse. You just described what we are facing now, because I think the E³UDRES 1.0, how we call it now, was basically getting together, starting to look at what might be the structures, having some indication. And you will see tomorrow when we have the session what are the plans, that now we really have to focus on delivering and sort of strengthening the structures. So that's definitely very much in line. I will go with the last question and a brief one. I think for that we need not only to ask a GPT what the role of university is. I would recommend to avoid that, hearing what you said. But I think we should define it together with you, together with the students. And say that one of the examples which I could have seen in Barcelona now at the meeting of the European University Alliances was some other alliances actually setting up the network of cities and regions and letting them run exchange between themselves and just listening what they need. And I was wondering how much we can probably do something like that, although you are different scale, different environment, but what I hear, you have quite similar issues. So would you find that something which might be appealing? Well, I have different question for Hannes. I have different question for Johannes. And just for two of you, would you find that somehow useful to have something more structured, like the regular engagement of regions in what we do? And how would you see the link between your institutions and the universities? What would be your view about this future sort of systemic cooperation?
I think Ilse and I were just talking before that, I think one of the good parts about this E³UDRES network is that we all have to make a clearer focus on what we do, even within our region, and be able to give the narrative to others. So definitely I think that would be a good network to build as one. And I really liked when you said that if the cities and regions and other shareholders, if we discussed and the universities would listen and to try to find out from that what are the similarities, what kind of issues there are that we can do together, because I think we have to join forces. Even if it's the infrastructure of research, we have to open it up for the companies, not just small companies, but also we need in the network, we need big companies, the trailblazers, and then the medium-sized and small companies. And the cities, as cities, we can also help, because we're really interested in it about companies investing in our cities or in our countries. And then when we're going to get the help from the universities to attract companies to our cities and to our networks, then we can create value for our small businesses as well.
I agree. Yes, one of the side effects of E³UDRES for me and for my organization is that I think that we have become very close with university during the last 2-3 years, and yeah, this is a great benefit and great side effect. I think that we have, I'm not sure if we have fallen in love with each other, but I think we have grown fond of each other. I think the events of E³UDRES has done it. It's because of that we were forced to sit around the table, and we were forced to think about what we can do together. And we came here on a Saturday morning because of flight arrangements, and we had whole Saturday and whole Sunday, and we sat with Iveta and Juris from Valmiera. I think we discussed almost everything. Yes, and so yes, of course.
Okay, one of the solutions is then canceling the flights. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take care of that. The last thing, Johannes, what we heard at the European discussions was the call for synergy, and you named quite astonishing sums of investment in excellence, in sustainability. Congratulations. But what was the discussion that these should be matched with the European funding, with the national funding, and there are still sort of the different pockets. How realistic you see that these things might sort of find some synergy? And that's also part of the EU policies. There's the regional funding, cohesion funding, and we are looking at all the different corners. And it would make our life much easier as well if we can sort of find matching things together. This is the bridge to tomorrow discussion with the ministries.
Yeah, thanks for the question to the minister, even though I'm not minister. But, well, actually, it's a perfect question, because the European Union, the Parliament, the Council, the Commission, they do advocate the use of synergies, synergetic funds, but in reality, this turns out to be really problematic and difficult, because we have different funding periods. We have different amounts of budgets, of money. But I can give maybe an interesting example looking at the state of Hessen, what we did, because my minister back in 2020, she came up with a brilliant initiative to set up a sort of synergetic fund targeted really at European level. And what we did in Hessen is based on a concept we called Hessen Horizon, inspired by Horizon Europe, the framework research program, striving for a higher degree of participation in research-funded projects. Meaning we empowered with the specific funding lines our universities, research institutes, and UAS to better attract European projects. And we empowered universities to allocate the budget according to their own needs, meaning a UAS could decide to invest, for example, in personnel, in staff, EU consultants, but they could also set up sort of incentive funds, meaning paying out bonuses for successful researchers. Or what we also did is to incentivize sort of coaching, trainings. And after 3 years of the fund running, I would say the balance sheet is really positive. When it comes, for example, just as an example, funding line ERC, European Research Council, is really highly reputed funding line of the European Union. We could even double our results between 2020 and 21. That was really great. But we also had more success, for example, when it comes to Marie Curie mobility actions and other funding lines. Well, so to give an answer, it's not easy. The discussion can be really theoretic, but I think there are concrete examples where it shows that it can pay off. What we did in Hessen, we had the first state actually in Germany that made use of the so-called seal of excellence. So how does it work at European level? Whenever the funding is not sufficient, but the European Commission, DG EAC, says, okay, your projects, your research projects are perfect and would receive the seal of excellence. Of course, regions and member states can jump in and say, we can fund projects here. This is what we are doing in Hessen. We have established actually a fellowship program. Of course, we cannot fund every single project, but this is actually demonstrating our will to sort of encourage talents with excellent research projects coming to Hessen. And this is really funny because we have an international background, people coming from USA, China, Italy. It's really, really international. Because once again, we are a pro-European region and we want to live this European spirit in our policy. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks to all three of you, because I think we will go on with these discussions for not for the rest of the day, for the several years. But many thanks for helping us to find a way. And I guess that the colleagues should deserve some clap. I believe there are some small presents from Ramona, so if you go this way, you may have something, and I will, in the meantime, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ilse. Thank you. And I have a few last announcements, because we are at the end of the day. The first one is that we would like to ask you to gather in front of the room, and we'll go for a special event around the building to celebrate, can I say what it is? No, I can't say what it is, so you will be surprised. but we will go around the building, do something. You don't have to be frightened. But then we will enter the building again, have some drinks, and also thanks to the partnership agreement, we will have the dinner for those who would like to join the dinner. So we made things simpler. The second, we will have the family photo at some moment, and I'm really not sure how that will work, but I think it will be done during the surprise moment. Your pictures will be absolutely all right. There is no sort of panic on the picture. And there will be few speeches, but during these speeches you will have already drinks, so don't worry. And we start tomorrow. And we start tomorrow at 9:30. So enjoy the evening, but now please let's gather in front of the room and have a joint walk around the building. Thank you very much for your day.